it says we're live. I'm gonna try to do this one more time. I can't believe I'm trying this again. Refresh page. Turn this on. There we go. That makes more sense. What's up, Garrett? I'm trying this one more time. Third time's the charm. I hope in that case that's true. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. I had to recover morale twice, though. I was so close to just deleting everything related to this game off my desktop last night. I was so close.
War.
Anyways, I hope you're doing well.
When atomic fire consumed the earth, those who survived did so in great underground vaults. When they opened, their inhabitants set out across the ruins of the old world to build new societies, establishing villages, forming tribes. As decades passed, what had been the American Southwest united beneath the flag of the new California Republic, dedicated to old world values of democracy and the rule of law. As the Republic grew, so did its needs. Scouts spread east, seeking territory and wealth in the dry and merciless expanse of the Mojave Desert.
I can feel you on that.
They returned with
I've
tales
been
of
doing
a city
more resting
untouched
than I would
by
have
the
liked.
warheads that had scorched the rest of the world, and a great wall
This past
spanned
month
the
has
Colorado
been,
River.
at my job, has been ridiculous.
The NCR mobilized its army and sent it
Glad
east
to have a summer
to
vacation,
occupy Hoover
even if
Dam
I am taking
and
like
restore
a
it
2-hour
to
cut.
working condition. But across the Colorado, another society had arisen under a different flag. A vast army of slaves forged from the conquest of 86 tribes.
Really, the only
Caesar's
thing that kept me
Legion.
going, and that really makes me want to do this.
4 years have passed
again,
since the Republic held
is
the
the
dam,
story that I
just
wrote in the
barely,
description of
against the
this character.
Legion's onslaught.
I get really into
The
these
Legion
characters.
did not retreat. Across the river, it gathers strength. Campfires burn, training drums beat. Through it all, the New Vegas Strip has stayed open for business, under the control of its mysterious overseer, Mr. House, and his army of rehabilitated tribals and police robots. You are a courier, hired by the Mojave Express to deliver a package to the New Vegas Strip. What seemed like a simple delivery job has taken a turn for the worse.
You got what you were after, so pay up.
You're crying in the rain, Pally.
Guess who's waking up over here?
Time to cash out.
Will you get it over with?
Maybe cons kill people without looking them in the face. but I ain't a fink. Dig? You've made your last delivery, kid. Sorry you got twisted up in this scene. From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
All right, Garrett, I appreciate it, man. Have a good rest. Hopefully this stream will still be here when you wake up and I don't crash out and rage again.
You're awake. How about that?
I think I got all the kinks ironed out, though, or at least 95% of them.
Easy. You've been out cold a couple of days now. Why don't you just relax a second? Get your bearings. Let's see what the damage is. How about your name? Can you tell me your name?
Yeah. Sure that's spelled correctly.
I can't say it's what I'd have picked for you, but if that's your name, that's your name.
Yeah,
I'm
she
Doc
can't
Mason.
get blessed up. She's the last
Welcome,
living
good
sibling.
Now, I hope you don't mind, but I
It's
had
not
to
just
go
the sole
rooting
survivor
around there
clause.
in your noggin to pull all the bits of lead out. I take pride in my needlework.
It's that
You
protagonist
better tell
energy.
me if I left anything out of place. How'd I do?
Kinda like this, but let's make her darker. Yeah, and then let's give her the darker. There we go. Give her those thick eyebrows. Yes.
Well, I got most of it right anyway. Stuff that mattered. Okay. No sense keeping you in bed anymore. Let's see if we can get you on your feet. Good. Why don't you walk down to the end of the room? Over by that vigor tester machine there. Take it slow now. It ain't a race.
I really need to get
Looking
a texture
good
for
so
these
far.
carpets, because these carpets look like trash.
Go ahead and give the vigor tester a try. We'll learn right quick if you got back all your faculties.
You can get away with larger textures in interiors because there's not as much going on in interiors. Alright, so she doesn't have as much charisma, but we'll take out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want the slow dialogue, so we'll go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty standard score there, but after what you've been through, I'd say that's great news. Well, we know your vitals are good, but that don't mean them bullets didn't leave you nuttered and a bighorn are dropping. What do you say you take a seat in my couch and we go through a couple of questions? See if your dogs are still barking. All right.
So we're gonna go for repair, explosives, and GANs.
Before I turn you loose, I need one more thing from you. I got a form for you to fill out so I can get a sense of your medical history. Just a formality. Ain't like I expect to find you got a family history of getting shot in the head.
Alright, so since she's NCR, we're gonna take advantage of our luck skill and our high relative. We have repair tagged, so we'll be fine there. And I could go for skilled. Yeah, this could plan the fact that she was only in the NCR military for a year, so she's not experienced, but she's got skills. Is there anything else that fits her better? Let's just go for it.
All right, I guess that about does it. Come with me, I'll see you out. Here, these are yours. Was all you had on you when you was brought in. I hope you don't mind, but I gave the note a look. I thought it might help me find a next of kin. But it was just something about a platinum chip. Well, if you're heading back out there, you ought to have this. They call it a Pip-Boy. I grew up in one of them vaults they made before the war. We all got one. Ain't much use to me now, but you might want such a thing after what you've been through. I know what it's like having something taken from you. And put this on too, so the locals don't pick on you for lacking modesty. Was my wife's. I think she was about your size, and she hardly wore it after we left the vault. Felt it was too brazen.
Thanks for patching me up, Doc.
Don't mention it. It's what I'm here for. You should talk to Sunny Smiles before you leave town. She can help you learn to fend for yourself in the desert. She'll likely be at the saloon. I reckon some of the other folks at the saloon might be able to help you out too. And the metal fella, Victor, who pulled you out of your grave. Anyway, you ever get hurt out there, you come right back. I'll fix you up.
All right.
But try not to get killed anymore.
I'll see what I can do in that endeavor. Vault-Tec is proud to announce a partnership with Ropco in developing the contraceptive fertility module, which has been installed into your Pip-Boy into your system via your new Pip-Boy. Now that you have joined your Vault family, no longer will you need to worry yourself about whether or when to repopulate future America. Together, we can now regain control over the future of our young ones. Your Vault 21 Overseer has currently set your module firmly on contraceptive setting with the following message. Oh God, house is filling the place with concrete. Everyone get out now. Stop what you're doing. Get out. Alright, so what does this note say? Deliver the package at north entrance to the Vegas Strip by way of Freeside. An agent of the recipient will meet you at the checkpoint. Take possession of the package and pay for the delivery. Bring the payment to Johnson Nash at the Mojave Express agency in Perrin. Bonus on completion, 250 caps. This package contains one oversized poker chip composed of platinum. Contract penalties. You are an authorized agent of the Mojave Express package until delivery is complete and the payment has been processed. Contractually obligated to complete this transaction and materially responsible for any malfeasance or loss. Failure to deliver to the proper recipient may result in your forfeiture of your advance and bonus. Criminal charges and or pursuit by mercenary reclamation teams. The Mojave Express is not responsible for any injury or loss of life you experience as a result of said reclamation efforts.
Howdy, partner. Might I say you're looking fit as a fiddle?
Thanks for digging me out of that grave.
Don't mention it. I'm always ready to lend a helping hand to a stranger in need.
How did you happen to find me?
I was out for a stroll that night when I heard the commotion up the old bone orchard. Saw what looked like a bunch of bad eggs, so I laid low. Once they had run off, I dug you up to see if you were still kicking. Turns out you were, so I hauled you off to the dock right quick.
Do you know who those men were who attacked me?
Can't say that I'm familiar with the rascals. Some of the fine folks in town might be able to help you out with that. Happy trails!
Howdy. What can Easy Pete do for you?
Do you know anything about the people who attacked me?
The one in the fancy suit seemed to be calling the shots. That's as much as I know. Other folks in town might know more. Word of advice, though. If you ever catch up with him, watch out. The man's got cold eyes like a snake. Can't be trusted, I'd say. Keep your gun handy if you go poking around some of the abandoned places around here.
All right.
Like the schoolhouse. Critters move in there sometimes.
Cheyenne, stay. Don't worry, she won't bite unless I tell her to.
Doc Mitchell said you could teach me to survive in the desert.
Yeah, I guess there's a thing or two I could show you. Sounds like you need all the help you can get after what they done to you. Meet me outside, behind the saloon.
Cash me outside, how about that?
Now, see the sarsaparilla bottles on the fence there? Take this and try to hit a couple of them.
Bro.
That's the right idea. Look down the sight. Try crouching down and staying still. It'll help your aim. Nice shot. Well, that's a start. But I don't reckon you came to me to learn to fight sarsaparilla bottles. Tell you what, I gotta go chase geckos away from our water supply anyway. Darn critters are attracted to it. Why don't you come along?
Okay, I'm in.
Follow me. It's just down to the southeast a short ways.
No, I should be able to make it to where... Here we go.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where you, as a listener, get to hear interesting views from all areas of life. Thanks for being on this show, Father Elijah.
Thanks for having me on.
Now, Father Elijah is calling in from the Sierra Madre and can't be directly on site. Before the show, you told me your plan for using the Sierra Madre to wipe the slate clean. Your plan sounds like it has enormous potential, but I'm curious. There are definitely large moral and ethical dilemmas with your plan. I want to hear you out for once, however. How do you plan on grappling with these dilemmas in your pursuit of a new civilization?
The moral question. To me, it is clear. We are living in a world destroyed by humanity's folly. I believe the end justifies the means in this situation. The Sierra Madre has the potential to restore order, provide stability, to begin again. It could be the bedrock of a new world.
Hear that up on the ridge behind me there? We got some geckos to clear out. Bunch of little monsters is what they are. Seems like Doc Mitchell treats more gecko bites than anything else. Let's see if we can get a little closer. If we move quietly, we can get the jump on them. More likely to hit something vital that way.
Our world, Joe. We are fragmented, constantly at odds, resources are scarce, and violence is rampant. My goal is to create unity and stability, a chance for good life. The collars, they are a tool of control, but also a guarantee of safety and survival.
I see. You want to bring people together temporarily, but isn't there something deeply troubling about the idea of stripping people's freedom to ensure cooperation?
Freedom is a luxury, one we can no longer afford in our world. The road to recovery is steep, Joe, and for some, a firm hand to guide them is necessary.
I guess it's all about perspective, huh? From my chair, it seems like the technology you're dealing with is extremely powerful. What about the danger of it falling into the wrong hands?
It is a risk, but the Sierra Madre's defenses are formidable. Holographic security, toxic cloud, it's not easy to conquer. I'm one of the few who understand it well enough to truly harness its capabilities. I will use it responsibly to bring about a new era for humanity. We will rise from the ashes, stronger, unified.
Now, before the show, Elijah, you made it pretty clear you have a large disdain for the NCR. What are your views on them? What are your specific complaints about their empire?
Yes, the new California Republic, so-called bearers
See?
of civilization.
You're getting the hang of it.
Wasteland. You see, Joe,
There's 2
my
more wells that
disdain
still
for
need
them
clearing.
is based on their
You want, you
hubris,
can come
their
along.
short-sightedness.
It'd be worth a few
They
caps to me.
aspire to rebuild an old world
Sure,
that
I'll
led
come
to its
along.
own destruction.
Shouldn't take more than a couple
They
minutes,
try to
especially
impose
with 2 of
order
us.
and bureaucracy where
Come with me.
flexibility and innovation are needed.
But some might argue that they're just trying to bring some semblance of normality back to the world, right?
Normality. They're bringing back the same institutions and ideals that got us into this mess in the first place. Democracy, capitalism, exploitation of resources without a thought for the consequences. They're stretching
that's it.
themselves too thin, expanding without fortifying, consuming without replenishing. It's the same old story of humanity's hubris.
So if I understand correctly, your main issue is their lack of foresight and their repetition of the same mistakes.
Precisely, Joe. The world has changed. We cannot return to the old ways. We need new methods, new structures, new thinking. That's why the Sierra Madre technology is so crucial. It provides the tools to build a new kind of society, one built on self-sufficiency, security, and unity.
And you believe that people should be forced into this new society for their own good?
I believe, Joe, that sometimes people don't know what's best for them. They need guidance. They need order. In this movie,
There we go.
those who can't adapt die. It's harsh, yes, but it's the reality. I simply offer a means to adapt, to survive, and perhaps to flourish once again.
You
Well,
alright,
that's certainly
lady?
a provocative.
Holy moly.
It's a very
If you hadn't come here like you done, I'd be a goner for sure. I came up here to draw water, but here, you should have what I got.
There's no
You look
easy
thirsty.
answers in a post-apocalyptic world. Speaking of the world, I've heard
You have
tales
established a
of your
reputation with a
various
group of people in the
travels, especially from a
Wasteland. Whether
certain
the reputation
courier
is good or bad,
across
you
the world.
finally,
The
somebody,
courier
and
is
people
not to be
associated with that group will
confused
start
with
to
the one
react to
that
what you've done.
woke up in
There are
Good
many
Springs
different
pretty
factions in the
recently.
Wasteland, and you can
One tale
develop a
I've heard is
distinct
that you've been
reputation
through
with
the
each one.
Big Empty,
As you perform
a
actions
place
that
many
benefit a
folks
group, you will
avoid
gain
like the
fame.
plague.
If you perform
What was your
actions that harm a
experience like
group,
there?
you will gain infamy.
The Big
Your
Empty,
reputation with any
or
given
as some
group is a
call it,
measure of the
the
combined
old world
total of
blues.
fame and infamy
A
that
desolate
you have
place,
earned.
but
The
teeming with
benefits
the
and
echoes
drawbacks
of the
of
past.
any given reputation
Scientific
depend on the
marvels,
group itself.
technological relics,
You may
but
receive
also a stark
discounts with
reminder of the
merchants,
destruction
provoke
that our
attacks from hired
obsession with
thugs,
progress
or simply
led to.
be treated
Yeah,
differently.
it
So
seems
you
like a
initially
haunting
start out with a
place,
neutral
graveyard of
reputation
the
with any
old
given
world, but
faction.
you're
Your
one of the
fame and
few who
infamy will
ventured into
eventually
that
push your
dangerous
reputation in different
terrain. What did you discover?
directions. You will
In
see
the
all
Big
the current
Empty,
reputations
I
under the
found
general
remnants
section
of
of your
advanced
Pip
technologies,
Boy.
remnants of a world that once was. The Think Tank, a group of pre-war scientists transformed into sentient brains, trapped in a perpetual cycle of experimentation.
Now that was some good work. Even got a little exciting there at the end. Here's a little spending money for the trouble. One more thing I wanted to show you. Thought I might teach you about living off the land and making useful things for yourself. Interested?
Couldn't hurt.
All right then. We'll need a couple ingredients to get started. Gonna want some xander root and a brock flower. Let me think now. I know I've seen brock flowers growing up at the graveyard, and I seem to remember there being xander root over by the schoolhouse. Bring those on back to me, and we'll get cooking.
She got messed up. Alright, so I've got my rifle and my sidearm. Alright, let's go get one of the things. Got him. Easy Pete said, keep your gun handy if you go into any of the abandoned buildings around here. Got him. There we go. Missed. No, don't take a hit. Oh, got him. able to sell that Nuka-Cola truck. Some people go crazy for stuff like that. This. All right. Caverns. That's 1 of 7. Lending is 4 out of 7. Alright, beating has 1 more. Have been replenished. Hey Charlotte, it's so far it's alright. It's doing. I had to remove some. Nevada Skies just wasn't it. Anytime I'm mad at a mod, I type in like mod's name and then sucks ? And then I find other people who have the exact same opinion and I find an alternative. In this particular case, oh yeah, I did find an alternative, but I'm not really even sure if it's working right. Something's supposed to remove like the yellow blur color, but I mostly just opted for vanilla lighting because I want to be able to see what I'm doing at night. I don't want to have to constantly go into the mod menu or adjust the brightness so I can see. That's a huge pet peeve of mine. The first time was because of a mod that altered the interface and didn't even let me level up my skills. I could take away from my skills. I could, like, do the opposite of a level up. Alright, is that all the ones that I... Okay, so I've got beating. Wasting? No. Getting? No. I thought about using the New Vegas tick fix, but I literally did not notice a difference. And I turned down some of the texture mods quality. Because, like, the New Vegas crash preventer is good, but sometimes it's too good and it keeps you from, like, closing down the game. So beating was 5. Did we do lending? Alright, we're gonna have to restart. I'm not getting locked out of this computer. My wrist is still acting up too. That's driving me nuts. I was so close to just deleting everything last night. Every time I failed, I had to take like an hour nap because morale just crashed. I did not have enough dopamine in my brain to keep going. Yeah, it just it wouldn't crash. It wouldn't do a proper crash. It wouldn't close the game. And it was right at the beginning too, just because like everybody wants sprinting, and sprinting is nice, but you got to be careful where you're sprinting, because like if you sprint in the area outside the strip, you're gonna put a lot of load on the system. Like if you're forcing it to load in those details faster than the designers intended. It's more for the story. If it wasn't for the story that I put into the description, I would give less than a crap about this game right now. But that's why I deleted the others too, because I want this description to be tied to something that's at least like gonna function. That's not a glitch, you know. Because I've noticed if I reuse a description, the video just doesn't do as well. And to me, this description is fire. Or gas. It's really, really good. Hearing. Okay, so what you have to match. So it says over here like 4 out of 7 or 5 out of 7. That's how many letters in the right spot that the actual password is. So 5 out of 7 letters in hearing is correct. Warning could be close. It's not though. I replenish the allowance by looking at these little things right here. That removes a dud. It'd probably recover faster if I wasn't still lifting with it, but must lift. It's not gonna be Jessica. The password's not going to be Jessica. Let's try Jessica. Wait, what was that? Alright. This is really not my favorite thing. I really don't like these. But it is an opportunity to show off that I'm using a mod to change the way the terminals look, to give them their more classic appearance. But I do not like this minigame. I don't think anybody likes it. They just tolerate it better than other people. I'd love for somebody to pop up in chat right now and be like, this is my favorite minigame. I can accept that more than someone telling me they think Shadow the Hedgehog is cool. If I ever do Sonic Adventure 2, the whole stream is just going to be rage bait. Oh, all this effort to get what's going to be almost very mid-level loot. I think I get a stealth boy out of this, which is nice. He's a knockoff Vegeta with ice skates and rockets in his shoes, and he still can't outpace Sonic, even though that's what he was designed to do. I think the only real perk he has over Sonic is that he can use the Chaos Emeralds, Chaos Control, and Chaos Blast, or just the general power of the Emeralds without causing as much fatigue. But Sonic can do it too. That's how he survived that whole thing in space where they're like, oh, we're gonna destroy you, and Tails was just like, no. And then he got to race Sonic in space or whatever. I think Sonic Adventure, the first one, is just better. Yeah, I just clicked randomly. After a while, I get so fed up. And you just... Alright, so we got into it. Yep, there's some Mentats, a Stealth Boy. We're going to save, because that was annoying. Let's look around in these desks. Maybe we'll find something decent. I have this mod that should let me fill up empty water bottles. So that should be... Ooh, wait. No, Salesman Weekly. That's nice. I would pick anybody over Shadow. Victor the Crocodile, Amy Rose, Big the Cat. Oh, I had a crash. Oh no. Give me just a second to boot that back up. Sometimes I think it's the save. Like, I remember that happening to you quite a few times too. Like, it crashes right after saving. And I think maybe it's the save, and then when you leave the place and you go, it auto-saves. Like, I think that's the strain on the system that makes it crash. Because it's too weird for it to crash that consistently after saving. Or, like, it could be, like, a memory thing, too, on top of saving. Like, you're running out of memory, it's about to crash, and then you save, and then auto-save, and that's what pushes it over the edge. But, still better to save than experience a crash because you didn't save. Or you didn't save, crash, lose progress. Alright, so I was in the middle of grabbing... things. Plants. R3 is the sprint. Mod. Classic. Carts. Oh, he sees me. It helps to have the glow sights. Take those. I came up here for this. Yeah, the animations really help sell it. Added all of them to your playlist. Alright, so we took care of that. Yeah, these rocks are not NMC, they're textures over time, and this is closer to the original look of the canyons and the rocks in Fallout 1 and 2. But they might be like 4K. They look really, really sharp. This is like 500, 800, no more than 1K right here. The roads could probably use a small touch-up, but I didn't want to do too much to... I already feel like it's lagging. That's a texture too. I decided to go for like 1K or below instead of doing 2K just to keep things the frame rate. Oh hey, Robert Edward House. Oh, I was actually just going over a few. I'm running the low NMC pack with the textures over time, with the urban rubble and the rocks, cliffs and canyons. I'm running the remove yellow blur, but I'm not sure how well that's working right now. I've got the Ashen's 214 animation pack. Well, it's not really a pack, but like almost all of his mods are worthy of downloading. The pylons moving. I'm using Fallout character overhaul, which I put in the description. It's kind of a pain to get working. You gotta keep the NPC changes plug in the ESP on the bottom underneath the last few edits. I'm running a few sound enhancers or replacers. I changed the Wild Wasteland sound to the X-Files sound. The Fallout series is it's a meme game, so the more meme sounds I can add into it, I figure that respects the vibe. There's a whole bunch of other stuff I added too. Here. Let's turn... Oh, it is up.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where you, as a listener, get to hear interesting views from all areas of life. Thanks for being on this show, Father Elijah.
Thanks for having me on.
Now, Father Elijah is calling in from the Sierra Madre and can't be directly inside. Before the show, you told me you were using the Sierra Madre to wipe
I'm
the
running
slate.
weapon
Your
animation
plan sounds like
replacers.
potential, but I'm
I
curious,
used
there
a
are moral and ethical dilemmas with your plan. I wanna
faux
hear you
mod
out for
installer
once.
to
However, how
pick
do you
which
plan
ones
on
I
grappling
wanted
with
instead of
these
doing it
dilemmas
manually.
in your pursuit of a new civilization?
The moral question. To me, it is clear. We are living in a world destroyed by humanity's folly. I believe the end justifies the means in this situation. The Sierra Madre has the potential to restore order, provide stability,
animations.
to begin again. It could be the bedrock of a new world, free of the chaos and suffering that is the Wasteland.
I think I have to
But it
crouch.
sounds like you're saying that you are willing to force this solution onto people with the use of these collars. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it is a difficult truth. But consider the current state of our world, Joe. We are fragmented, constantly at odds, resources are scarce, and violence is rampant. My goal is to create unity and stability, a chance for a better life. The Collars, they are a tool of control.
Turn that down because they'll give me some copyright restrictions. I've got the global imposter region. I'm using the cargo airplane in addition to a few others. I'm using a classic armor replacer on the leather armor.
Let me see what you got. Yeah, these'll do just fine. Just fine. All right now. We're gonna be making something folks on the trail call healing powder.
I generally agree with the vanilla approach. Fallout New Vegas, I really like the Fallout character overhaul. The character kit remake is really nice, but it doesn't touch the ghouls. And if it were just to overhaul the ghouls, I would go with that in a heartbeat because it's so much easier to manage. There was another one. Hall of Face is another one I was looking at too.
Go on over to that campfire now. Give it a try.
My goal with this particular mod list was to try to replace as many of Bethesda's assets as I could, and only went for like classic or obsidian assets because I'm salty.
Hey, that's not bad, see? All it takes to make a recipe is the right ingredients and the right know-how. Sometimes it won't be a campfire you need. Might need to do some work on your guns and ammo, maybe. Important thing to get is it's all the same idea. You just need to find the right place to set up shop. Workbench or reloading bench, whatever. Well, I hope that's enough to get you started. I'm heading back now. Hope I didn't miss anything good on the jukebox. Cheyenne would never forgive me.
I tried using New Vegas redesign too.
Hey, do me a favor.
But I hate
Trudy,
the way it makes
she's the bartender up at the Prospector. Kind
Julia
of the town
Van
mom.
Graff look.
She'd be cross with me if I didn't ask you to poke your head in and say hi.
And it kind of makes Sunny look too young. Instead of using Jace Sawyer Ultimate, I just used like DLC delay and vanilla damage. Those really big mods end up touching things that you don't want it to touch. Pause. So I try to go with smaller mods. That being said, I'm not running Yup. Let's save, just in case. Yeah, I think that no yellow color is working because it looks clearer than it would vanilla. I really don't like that yellow color, and honestly, if I was using Fallout 3 assets, Bethesda assets, I would just go with capital lighting. Because as much as I rage on Bethesda and their version of Fallout, or just trying to play or mod any of their games, they did a really good job with their lighting, and I do like the green tint. I think I have that in here, or some variant of the classic music mod. I think. I'll look later to make sure. Or like classic music integration or something.
If you don't hand Ringo over soon, I'm going to get my friends and we're burning this town to the ground. Got it?
We'll keep that in mind. Now, if you're not going to buy something, get out.
What the hell is your problem?
You are. Get out. I'll mess you up.
Well, you've been causing quite a stir. Glad I finally got to meet you. Welcome to the Prospector Saloon.
I overheard your argument. What was that all about?
Looks like our little town got itself dragged into the middle of something we don't want anything to do with. About a week ago, this trader, Ringo, comes into town. Survivor of an attack, he says. Bad men after him. Needs a place to hide. We figured he was just in shock, so we gave him a place to lie low. We didn't actually expect anyone to come after him.
What are you gonna do?
Some of the others, like Sonny, will probably stand up for Ringo if he asks for help, which he hasn't. Personally, I hope he sneaks out of town one night and takes the powder gangers with him.
Where is Ringo now?
He's holed up at the abandoned gas station up the hill.
Why not bless... okay, never mind. I want to talk about something else. Do you know that... let's go.
Be careful out there.
I'm going to make saving Good Springs my top priority, because I'm NCR affiliated. How much caps do I have? Okay, I got a shoddy. The hotkeys hurt my wrist. Still kind of swollen. I'm using classic Brahmin carts. Bring back the look from the classic games. I'm using micro clutter to give these Joshua trees that nicer defined look. Let's get the mailbox. How many caps do I have? 77.
You must be the one Doc Mitchell was patching up. The way I heard it, I didn't think you'd be walking out of that office. I've got plenty of supplies for sale. Even got some weapon mods and special ammo. Well worth the caps if you ask me. If you're hurting for caps, I've also got boxes of surplus ammo in the miscellaneous section. They're not great, but you get what you pay for.
Okay. Do you know anything about the people who attacked me?
The leader was a New Vegas type. Typical city boy. He had a bunch of Great Khans with him, probably hired guns. The Great Khans normally stay in their own territory way up northwest, on account of them being enemies with the NCR.
Anything else you can tell me about the Great Khans?
They're tough sons of bitches. Mean, but not crazy. They'll leave you alone unless you got something they want. The Great Khans deal in illegal chems. There's a good chance that most chems you come across were made by Great Khans. Can do.
All right. These mantis egg hide. Do I have a silencer? Can I get the silencer? No. Ooh, I could get a scope on that though. That's... Do I really want a scope on my 9? Pick up the silence pistol and the boxing tape. Let's get rid of the suave gambler.
Give me a shout if you need anything else. Take it easy now.
There we go. I'm not going to use this too often. Be better off with like a femme fatale, but it's too good to not pick up.
That's close enough. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
I'm not an enemy, if that's what you're asking.
Sorry about the gun. You just caught me off guard, that's all. We got off to a bad start. What say we start over with a friendly game of Caravan?
You know there's a guy looking to bless you up, right? We don't have time for card games.
He doesn't look very tough, though. I hear he's afraid I'll shoot him down from one of the windows when I see him. And he's right. I'll have a much bigger problem once his friends show up. There's no way I could handle all of them in a gunfight.
What are you going to do about the powder?
I'm gonna lay low for as long as I can, assuming the town doesn't throw me to the wolves. I've got no chance against the gang on my own.
Maybe I can help.
We just end up sharing the same grave if it's just the two of us. Now, if some of the other people in town were also on board...
I'll ask around and see who I can round up.
Start with Sunny Smiles. She's been friendlier than most around here.
What are my skills for this? Alright. Suppose I got that. Oh, and I'm using a mod that changes the varmint rifle to use the 22 LR as originally intended, and I think is done by the J Sawyer Ultimate mod.
Hi there. Sticking around Good Springs for a while longer?
I'm gonna help Ringo take on the powder gangers, and I need your help.
Say no more. I'm in.
Just like that?
Just like that. I have a feeling that I'm going to end up fighting those guys one way or another, so I might as well get it over with. Joe Cobb talks about leaving us alone if we hand over Ringo, but I know his type. He and his friends will come after the town eventually. However, between you, me, and Ringo, we aren't exactly a force to be reckoned with. A lot of people around here look up to Trudy. If you could convince Trudy to join us, some of the folks in town might decide to help out as well. I know Easy Pete's got a stock of dynamite somewhere, and Chet just got a shipment of leather armor we could borrow. Talk to them as well. Finally, there's a good chance we'll all end up with extra holes in us. So if Doc Mitchell could cough up some extra stim packs, that'd be great.
Alright. Any idea how to convince Trudy to join us?
A silver tongue would help. Convincing Trudy that we had a good plan to win the fight would also help. I'll be waiting.
Alright, so I'm gonna turn on some AI Joe Rogan real quick. I gotta run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
You need a change in pace from that dreary scavenging life? Do you enjoy the thrill of bartering with rad scorpions and the challenge of haggling with ghoul merchants? Then, folks, have I got a job for you. The Happy Trails Caravan Company is recruiting. Yes, the one and only legendary caravan that's outlasted the nuclear fallout and still, mostly, outpaces the competition. As part of their dynamic trading team, you'll enjoy all the thrills of the Wasteland without the hassle of fending off white legs. Well, most of the time. Your trusty Brahmin and your wagon will be your home on wheels, carrying all the essentials from Wasteland water to Sunset Sarsaparilla. Imagine it, cruising under the scorching Mojave sun, sipping on that ice-cold sarsaparilla, while your radio plays the smooth tunes of Mr. New Vegas. Ah, ain't that a slice of heaven? But remember, folks, being a part of the Happy Trails Caravan isn't just about earning those shiny caps you need for Fisto. It's about bringing communities together, supplying folks with that rare Mojave survival kit they need to brave the next rad storm or that sweet Atomic Wranglers limited edition deck of cards they've been searching for. It's about connecting the Brotherhood of Steel with the NCR military, the Tops Casino with the Atomic Wrangler, in a dance of trade that makes the Wasteland spin. And hey, before you scoff, remember this. In the Wasteland, traders are the real heroes. After all, who do you think brings you the stim packs for your spear wounds? Now that I say it, people should stop trying to sell the Legion drugs. So sign up with the Happy Trails Caravan Company today. Live a life of adventure, meet fascinating people, and probably get robbed by them. And if you act now, they're throwing in a free box of Sunset Sarsaparilla, the Wasteland's favorite drink, with a surprise star cap and some boxes. Big thanks to the Happy Trails Caravan Company for sponsoring the Joe Rogan Experience, the only podcast that dares to broadcast from an undisclosed bunker location in the Mojave Wasteland. What? No, Jamie, I'm not going to tell them where we are. Yes, I know it would be good for ratings, but it'd also be good for getting us blown up. Sheesh, the things you have to put up with. Hey, are we still on air? Shit. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have an extraordinary guest, Ulysses, formerly affiliated with Caesar's Legion and currently residing in the Divide.
Thanks for having me, Joe. A long road it's been to get here.
I can imagine. For our listeners who may not know, can you explain what Caesar's Legion and the Divide are?
This should be obvious, but Caesar's Legions, it's a tribe, trying to forge itself into a nation by the hand of Caesar. A man who took the history of Rome as his blueprint. The Divide, it's a place, a tear in the earth, a home I made for myself after the Legion.
Fascinating. So, you've been a part of this Legion. What was that like?
It was a culture of strength, unity, obedience. But it had its faults. It chose to ignore the value of the individual, made a man less than a man, a cog in the machine.
That's a very profound way of looking at it. Do you think there's any comparison to be made with how society is structured in our world today?
The world you know, it's different, but not so different. People cling to structures, systems to give their lives meaning, order. Sometimes they forget themselves in the process.
That's true. There's a lot of people who lose themselves in the systems they're part of. To me, those familiar elements could be work, government, or social media. In some ways, it feels like we're all part of some legion or another, just trying to make sense of the world.
Yes, the bear and the bull, different beasts. But beasts still, be it Caesar's Legion or your own tribes. It's all about power, control. The trick is remembering who you are, not losing yourself to the mask you wear.
That's a very interesting perspective, Ulysses. Shifting gears a bit, it seems like you're very big on old world symbols. Can you explain what these symbols represent and how they've influenced your worldview?
The old world. It left behind symbols, history. Sometimes they're reminders of what we've lost. Sometimes warnings of the path not to tread. The flag of the old world, the stars and stripes. To some, it's hope. To others, a reminder of destruction.
It's interesting how symbols can have such differing interpretations. They really do carry the weight of history with them.
Yes. And often, those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. Like the Divide, the old world symbols serve as reminders of the path walked and those yet to be trodden.
So, these symbols from the past, do they guide your decisions today? What role do they play in your current life in the Divide?
They remind me of the roads I've walked, the mistakes made, and the lessons learned. Like the old world flag on my back, it's a burden, a responsibility to remember, to strive for a better path. The Divide is a harsh place, a symbol itself. It serves as a testament to the destructive power of old wars and forgotten technologies. It's a warning and a teacher. Everyone has a history, their own symbols. It's up to us to decipher them, learn from them. That's the way forward as I see it.
There's a lot of wisdom in that, Ulysses. Acknowledging and learning from the past, while also striving.
Alright, So, what are our skills right now? Sneak 25, barter 19, speech 21. What do we have here? So that's for barter. Okay. That's for speech. Okay. We got this.
So you're planning on taking on Joe Cobb's gang. It's a big risk, but I suppose you have to do what you think is right.
You should help me take down the powder gang. Bullets, explosions, lots of fun.
I was planning on sitting this one out, but for some reason, I can't help but like you. I'm with you. Let me have a word with a few other folks, and I'll see if I can't round up some more members for this militia you're creating. While everyone does own a gun, we could stand to be a little better equipped. The general store probably has what we need in stock.
All right.
Be careful out there.
We will... Okay, so we're NCR. That might be the best one for us, actually. We'll see how well that works when we get the dynamite.
Evening. Howdy.
I hear you got dynamite. It would help us beat the powder gangers.
Too dangerous. Gonna kill all yourselves if I let you touch it. Better to leave it buried. Safer that way.
I'm familiar with the care and handling of explosives, dynamite included.
Uh-huh. Guess you know what you're doing. I'll go dig it up and get it ready. You'll have it by the time the fighting starts. Yup.
All right. What's up, Spartan Swag? Yeah. Joe Rogan was one of those nice touches. He's a meme. I feel like he belongs in this game, and he kind of fits like the geographical location. I thought he was a perfect fit for this.
You looking to buy some supplies?
I need supplies to fight the powder gangers.
Now just hold on. I never voted to take on the powder gangers. That's a 1,000 cap investment you're talking about.
Let them take over the town then. I'm sure your business will be much better off.
You made your point. I can provide people with some leather armor and extra ammo. Sure hope it's worth it. And I'll be guarding the store while all this is going on. I have to put my business first. You understand. Take it easy now.
I got some leather armor I can put on. Sweet. Where are you, Doc?
Welcome back. I had hoped you wouldn't need to come see me again so soon. What can I do for you?
town is going to be attacked by bandits. Anything you can do to help?
Seems like wherever I go, it's always the same. Folks just never leave each other alone. Oh, I'm not much good in a fight with my bum leg. And my supplies are scarce, but I'll give you what I can spare.
Alright.
You take care now.
Maybe I can get Victor to help us.
Howdy, partner.
Are you any decent in a fight? I could use more firepower if you have any.
Trouble with rustlers, huh? Count me in, partner. Those varmints will be running home with their tails between their legs soon enough. Happy trails!
I think that's about everybody we can recruit. And everything we can do. I wouldn't sit down, bro.
So what's going on? Did Sunny agree to help us?
Yeah, she's with us.
Well, I guess that means we're ready to go. Unless you think there's something else you can do.
Let's do this.
All right, I'm ready. I hope.
Time to look alive. The powder gangers are here to play.
How many are there?
At least 6. Joe Cobb included. They look pretty mean.
Let's go.
Oh, Easy Pete came through with the dynamite. Here's your supply. I really hope I don't blow myself up. I'll be set up near the store. Let's hope that the gang doesn't manage to make it that far. There you are.
I'm hit.
Oh, they're going down fast.
Evening. I'm glad that business is over. I like it when Good Springs is nice and quiet.
I'm trying to track down the people who attacked me. Do you know anything about them?
Not much, other than they're a bunch of freeloaders who expected a few rounds on the house. I was able to get them to pay up, though. Of course, one of the great cons did knock my radio to the floor by accident, and it hasn't been working since.
Did my attackers say where they were going?
They were having some kind of argument about it, but the guy in the checkered coat kept shushing them. Sounded like they came in from the north through Quarry Junction. If that's the case, I can't say I blame them for not wanting to go back.
Why is that?
That whole area is overrun with the kind of critters that just get mad if you shoot them. Merchants avoid that whole stretch of I-15 like it's radioactive, which it could be for all I know.
So where were they headed?
I didn't hear exactly, but the leader was talking about the strip. Fella wants to get there and avoid the 15, he'd have to go east. Take Highway 93 up.
Do you want me to look at your broken radio?
Sure, the outside looks okay, but I think something broke on the inside. There'd be caps in it for you. I do like to hear what's going on in the world, and that Mr. New Vegas seems like such a gentleman. Be careful out there.
Alright, let's loot.
I owe you a huge favor for this. Here, these are technically Crimson Caravan funds, but I know they'll understand once I explain things.
You're welcome.
I'll stick around for a bit longer, but I'll be gone in a few days. If you ever visit New Vegas, look me up at the Crimson Caravan camp.
This chud have that. I guess we can spend the night here and keep searching the surrounding area for more gear before we head on. Alright, so let's loot this place, because this place is essentially ours now. Ziggies. Grab the whiskey. Working beans and some water. Scrumptious. I can go repair Trudy's radio. Ask Victor what's up with him not helping. Ooh. Good sneak.
Howdy, partner. So when do the rustlers show up?
They were here. The fight's over.
Really? I must have dozed off. Although that's never happened before. Happy trails.
Take some scrap metal. Do 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 do. Alright, now let's go fix Trudy's radio. around just to talk to Trudy. There's Sonny.
Howdy.
Where are you, Trudy? Another magazine, sweet. Where did Trudy go? Alright, well, let's go explore the surrounding area. Places that won't get us blessed up. There should be a cave right over here. Yeah. What are we doing? Come on. You pain in my ass. Alright, let's reboot. Piece of trash. save after doing that. Oh, that's the shotty. Okay, sweet. Okay. Anybody else? Shoddy for puppy. Got him. This little area just over here. Well, we got our Paulson goodies. Ooh, and the memorial. Quest is active right now. Is this a hollow rock? Yeah. Because it had the peace sign drawn on it. It was sus. Alright, this is about as far north as we can go before we start getting messed up. So let's go into the abandoned shack. Electronics. Eat your heart out. There's some in Good Springs, yeah.
That was a hell of a fight. Let's hope it doesn't bite us in the ass later on.
Yeah.
Can do.
Magnums. We really don't need that. Okay. Then we'll sell.
Thanks.
Yeah, there we go. Now we just need the silencer for it.
Hey there. That'll teach the powder gangs to avoid Good Springs in the future.
I need to get to Prim. Can you suggest a route?
Sure can. Take the road southeast out of town till it hits the freeway. Prim is the town with the roller coaster straight south. Can't miss it. NCR patrols do a good job of keeping the highway clear, but I'd keep your gun where you can reach it easily. You never know who you'll run into. Off the road, you'll probably start running into hostile wildlife. My advice would be to stick to the highway when you can.
Goodbye.
Until next time.
Alright, so let's go in that direction. Okay. Said they were on their way to Vegas. This. A laser RCW. Okay. Boxing tape for my boxing tape. Computer is off. Distance from them. nice place to camp, actually.
Hold up. There are death claws all over the damn place north of here. I'd turn back if I were you. If you want to get to New Vegas, you're better off heading east from Prim and then looping north. It's a heck of a lot safer.
What is this place?
This is Sloan, a camp for us quarry workers. The actual quarry, Quarry Junction, is up the road north of here. The whole thing is an NCR operation. We make cement for the NCR using the limestone we dig out with dynamite and drag lines. Dirty work, but the pay's good. Wish we got paid in caps, though. Not a lot of merchants like taking NCR paper money.
You don't get paid in caps? Or, no. What does the NCR need with the cement?
It all gets shipped by rail over towards Boulder City and Hoover Dam. The NCR is probably building fortifications with it all.
Let's talk about something else.
Sure.
Where'd the death claws come from?
They moved into the quarry after the powder gangers came through and made off with most of our dynamite. We shut the quarry down while we waited for the NCR to get us some more blasting sticks, but now the death claws have shown up. The NCR's a no-show. And my men and I have got nothing to do but sit on our asses all day. It's damn frustrating.
Have you had problems with death claws before?
We'd see them occasionally, but they didn't seem too keen on getting too close to the quarry. Not sure if it was the noise or all the workers. I can't believe that an entire pack moved into the quarry. I thought that kind of bad luck only happened in New Vegas. Okay. If you insist on going north, don't be expecting a rescue when you get into trouble.
Of course. Man, I wish I'd stay back in California some days.
Did it? You think you remember that your employer, the Mojave Express, has an office at the NCR Mojave's outpost. It might be worth checking it out, especially if you want some courier work. Your leg appears to be injured.
You need something?
I repaired your generator.
It's nice to see things going the way they're supposed to for a change. I'm going to pay you out of my own pocket for this one.
Goodbye.
Yep.
Head towards Prim, because that's the safest way around. I could use the stealth boy to get past the death claws, but I'm not trying to do anything crazy. This isn't a speed run. Some water. I relate to that so much, Charlotte. I hate going outside and interacting with people because it takes so much. I'm a hermit. You alright, bro? Okay. Go up this hill. Ooh, Sandaroo. I don't know how I function as a human being at work. Or anywhere, really. It's not letting me go into first person, which is making me mad. There's this guy just creepily waiting outside of the trailer. Now, if you were Karla, what would you do? It'd be really cool if I can throw dynamite out this window.
Grenade!
Oops. Let me reload and be more cinematic about that.
What do you think you're doing?
What do you think you're doing?
Hello there. It's good to see a friendly face. I almost took you for a raider, I did. Name's Malcolm. Malcolm Holmes. Don't suppose you'd care to trade. I'm missing a few essentials and... screw this. Lying just ain't in my nature. I'll tell it to you straight. I've been following you for a good bit now.
Why were you following me?
It started off innocently enough. I was traveling, as I often do, and happened to observe you picking up one of those blue star caps. You didn't show any reaction to it, so I figured you didn't know what you'd gotten your hands on.
What's so special about these caps?
There's an old Wasteland legend that says somewhere out there is a fabulous treasure from before the war. Those caps with the blue star on them, the tale goes, are the key to that treasure. They're called sunset sarsaparilla stars.
What kind of treasure are we talking about?
No one knows. Money, weapons, water. It is, or maybe was, something of value, and that's enough to get people motivated.
Where can I collect more of these caps?
All over the place. The easiest place to find them is unopened bottles of sunset sarsaparilla. You'd think they'd all have been picked clean by now, but somehow, new bottles keep appearing in the machines. Some say it's old Festus that does it, hoping someone will finally collect enough caps to earn the treasure. Other than bottles, you'll just have to scavenge. You can find caps in the unlikeliest of places, and blue star caps are no exception.
He's kind of obnoxious. He triggers after you collect a star cap. He's kind of there to explain it. So you collect these caps too, huh?
Nah, I gave it up years ago. Too dangerous. And even if I did still collect them, I'd tell you the same. There's people out there so mad with the idea of treasure that they'll attack strangers just on the suspicion that they have some of those caps.
Thanks for the info, but I think you should be going now.
No problem. If you do end up trying to collect more stars, watch out for a man named Alan Marks. He's killed several people for this stars.
No, you wouldn't have forgotten
already.
about him, Charlotte. He spawns and wakes you up when you sleep. It's kind of creepy. Hence why I'm pointing the shotgun at him from this window here. Massive creep. But he's walking away. He knows I'll mess him up. He knows I'll mess him up. pull out your sidearm when they get that close. That's a very well-deserved level up, I'd say. We should... basic medicine. Look at all this Brock flower right here. What? F. Got him. This is the pistol I should have been using anyway.
Hey! Where the hell do you think you're going? Prim is off limits.
Yo. What's going on in Prim?
Might want to head back the way you came. Some convicts from the prison have taken over the town. Everyone inside is either dead or in hiding. If that wasn't bad enough, there's 2 tribes of raiders causing havoc in the area as well. You'd be much safer heading back to Good Springs.
Shouldn't you be protecting the town or something?
We'd love to, but they don't fall under NCR jurisdiction. Even if they did, we're in no shape to protect them.
Why can't you protect them?
We don't have the equipment to take care of these convicts. Even if we did, we need more men. You should talk to Lieutenant Hayes. He's in a tent just down the road. Just stay on the west side of the overpass, if you don't want to get shot.
I'm Sergeant McGee of the New California Republic Army, 5th Battalion, 1st Company. If you want to talk about something, speak to Lieutenant Hayes. See ya.
I'm Lieutenant Hayes of the New California Republic Army, 5th Battalion, 1st Company. What's your business?
What are you doing out here?
We were sent out here to hold back the tide of convicts from the correctional facility. As you can probably tell, we aren't doing the kind of job we could be doing.
What's the problem with your mission?
The mission isn't a problem. The problem is with supplies. The convicts are better armed and organized than our intel initially suggested. I'm trying to get some reinforcements here. Maybe some guns with some firepower, but shit, things are just going slow.
Do you have any information on the convicts?
Not much. They've taken to calling themselves powder gangers. They've been using the explosives meant to clear boulders as weapons. They got organized faster than I would have thought, most of them at least. Thankfully, the small group in town here seem to have split off from the main force, so they aren't getting anything in the way of support. Ask away. Goodbye.
Alright, so I gotta help these guys out. This town can't be left to the powder gangers. Oh, you roll over. That's cool. Whoa. I didn't realize you do that. That's awesome. That's enhanced movement for you. Okay, yeah, there's only like... get over there, there's only like one or two. Remain vigilant. Haha, not this time, guy. I love being able to get prone, pause, crawl on the ground, pause. Got him. Yeah, I got him. Sweet.
Gotta get in the habit of recording my gigs. Gotta keep track of these things so I know where my money is going. Is this thing on? Alrighty. I think it works. Okay. Failure to deliver the proper recipient may result in forfeiture of your advance and bonus, criminal charges, and pursuit by mercenary reclamation teams. Mojave Express is not responsible for any injury or loss of life. Well, job seems simple. It's just a bunch of fuzzy dice. Wait, there's something in here. Oh, hell. I probably shouldn't touch this. I guess I gotta go deliver this to the guy at Freeside. Shit. Shady Freeside. I got a bad feeling about this. Well, we'll see how this goes. Ah, damn, I forgot. I gotta tell her I'll be late today. Alright, how do I turn this shit off? Nope, that didn't work. Oh, here it is.
That's added by the Brave New World mod, which changes some of the voices and the NPCs. Really good mod. This is an advanced model robot with a reinforced frame. It looks well weathered and appears to have seen a good bit of action. There is very little in the way of serious damage. Some servos and gyroscopes need to be recalibrated and replaced, but it looks as though the robot can be repaired. Alright, I need 3 pieces of scrap metal, 2 sensor models.
I don't know what it was brought you to Prim, youngster, but you might want to rethink your plans. Town's gone to hell.
Who are you?
Johnson Nash is my name. Husband to Ruby Nash. Lived in Prim going on 8 years now, thick and thin. I'm a trader primarily, for what it's worth with things like they are. I also run the local Mojave Express outpost.
You got anything for sale?
Sure, have a look.
One scrap metal. Okay, better than nothing, but kind of expecting a bit more. So the plasma. Mercenary adventure hat.
Pleasure doing business with you.
I'm a courier with the Mojave Express.
Well, I don't got any work right now, sorry to say.
I lost the package I was supposed to deliver.
I'll tell you whatever I can. You have a delivery order you can show me?
What can you tell me about this job?
Oh, so you're talking about one of them packages. That job had strange written all over it, but we couldn't turn down the caps.
What was so strange about it?
That cowboy robot had us hire 6 couriers. Each was carrying something a little different. Pair of dice, chess piece, that kind of stuff. Last word I have from the office, it looked like payment had been received for the other 5 jobs. Guess it was just your chip that didn't make it. First deadbeat we hired to do the job canceled. Hope a storm from the divide skins him alive. Well, that's where you came in.
Cowboy robot? You mean the one over there?
Nope. Different fella. Bigger. Had himself a face on a screen. And he talked more like you or me.
Some men stole my package. Pause. A man in a checkered suit and some thugs. Did they pass it this way? Did they pass this way? Did they pass?
Well, now that you mention it, a few nights back, one of the townies was out scavenging for supplies. He said he saw a fellow with a daisy suit come through with some of them Great Con misfits. They was talking about a chip.
One of those men shot me. I need to know the best way to get to them.
Well, for that, your best bet is going to be talking to Deputy Beagle. Since they came to town, he was keeping a good bit of notes on them, and he was slinking around Bison Steve when your pretty boy friend came through. He may have heard where they were going. Don't go getting yourself shot.
So we're not going to go through the front entrance. We're going to explore this whole hotel and see if we can get some good loot. There we go. Yeah, now it's in top condition. that. It's actually wise.
Come on!
I'm debating whether she should be a smoker or not. Got him. The Wilhelm scream. Great. Cigarettes worth so much money. There's some psycho. Got some sexy sleepwear. How sexy is this sexy sleepwear? +1 charisma. Okay. 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 I removed the sneak indicator and I added the Metal Gear Solid exclamation point and the meme sound. It doesn't normally glitch like that, but I prefer... I think that's the ultimate stealth system, and it's a meme. And Fallout is a meme game. It's a game filled with memes. I think it works. I think it's the best stealth system. cigarettes. Up here. Something bit me. Ooh. Fix the elevator, sweet. All right, let's get all this. Got it.
I'm hit.
Got him. there's a sunset tap right here. Took him out.
You like that?
Alright, let's... Alright, you want to play that? You want to get that close to me?
I don't suppose you came here to rescue me. I'd cross my fingers, but my hands are numb.
You must be Deputy Beagle.
Why, yes I am. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm in a bit of a predicament here. I'd be most appreciative if you'd set me free.
I hear you may have information on some cons that came through here with a guy in a checkered suit.
My good lady, I believe I may have some information that would prove useful. If you would just untie my hands, I'd be more than happy to share that information I have with you.
I'll set you free now.
Oh, that's just marvelous. I think I'll be making my way outside now. The air's a little close in here.
Sure, run away. You don't look like you'd be much help anyway.
Then I'll defer to your superior appraisal of character and prowess in contests of arms, and see you outside.
Howdy.
Well, that was quite an adventure. We taught those convicts a thing or two, didn't we?
Breaking myself out of a hostage situation, not to diminish your role in it, of course, but it was quite thrilling. Problem is, there's still no law in Primm. What are we to do the next time ruffians menace us and hold us hostage?
What are you talking about? You're the sheriff now.
Oh, no. I'm just a deputy, and I can't be a deputy without a sheriff. It's called chain of command.
What are the qualifications for a sheriff?
It should be someone brave like you, but more of a homebody. Someone who'll settle down and watch over us. I heard the powder gangers talking about someone in the prison named Myers who has some experience as a sheriff. He may be a good choice. Also, with the NCR so close by, you may be able to get them to take over the town. Not sure why they haven't helped out already.
I'll help bring law and order back to Primm.
You will? That's just marvelous. I'll start thinking up questions for the interview. The sheriff that was incarcerated up at NCRCF may be a good choice. You also may be able to convince that NCR guy across the road to take the town under his wing, although martial law doesn't sound so fun. Any luck finding a suitable candidate for our next sheriff?
So tell me about the man in the checkered suit who came through here?
Ah, yes. My memory is much clearer now that I'm free from my bondage.
Pause.
I was performing recon, gathering information on some of the powder gangers, when some great cons arrived with your friend in the suit. They were talking about some delivery they took from a courier. I assume that was you? They said they'd be heading through Nipton to Novak to meet a contact there.
Alright, so I still gotta help these guys out. No. Stop it. At least I don't have to shut down my whole computer.
Howdy.
Well, that was quite...
Oh.
Any luck finding a suit?
Yeah?
Prim is in dire need of some real law.
We're aware of that. Prim is a great strategic point, and we're not blind to the needs of the town. Thing is, we're barely handling our own against the powder gangers. We don't have the guns. We don't have the personnel. We're not in a position to carry out our mission, much less deal with the needs of another town.
What do you need to take over the town?
What we need, more than anything, is bodies. If we had just one more squad, we could recruit a sheriff. That would allow us to handle our primary objective, to protect the interstate south of here. If you'd like to see the NCR include protection of Prim, you'll need to get us more troops. Talk to Knight at the Mojave outpost. He may be able to help.
Alright, that's it.
Goodbye.
What caps do I have? 160. 166. Let's go over here for some star caps. Feral ghouls. Should be a ramp up this way, right? Yep, surprise. Okay, maybe if I go with the caravan shotgun. No, I think I should go with the pistol. Get low.
Here. Had enough?
No, shoot again. Alright, yeah, don't. You're an idiot.
Damn.
Come on. Okay. We're going with run and gun. Guess I could rest up here. Some good loot here. Let's go dynamite crazy. There we go. Back up, back up. Don't let him hit you. Yeah, I got off his stash. merchants down here I can interact with.
Hey there. Need anything?
I need the incinerator. There we go. Should be another merchant too. Where are you?
Hey there.
Coming from the north? Must be crazy to brave those roads.
Any worker out here?
Nothing I know of. But if you come from the north, that means you can travel freer than most others around here. Might check the barracks. Someone might need you to hoof it somewhere. Just be careful if you go up on the roof. There's a sniper watching the road. If your gear's in need of repair, HQ's also worth checking out. Talk to Major Knight. He can help. Watch yourself.
Alright. So in the Adobe Buildings ambiance, I am going to get something to eat real quick. I hope it's real quick, if I have food. I'm going to turn on some AI Joe Rogan, and I'll be back in just a little bit.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan experience, where you, as a listener, get to hear interesting views from all areas of life. Thanks for being on this show, Father Elijah.
Thanks for having me on.
Now, Father Elijah is calling in from the Sierra Madre and can't be directly on site. Before the show, you told me your plan for using the Sierra Madre to wipe the slate clean. Your plan sounds like it has enormous potential, but I'm curious. There are definitely large moral and ethical dilemmas with your plan. I want to hear you out for once, however. How do you plan on grappling with these dilemmas in your pursuit of a new civilization?
The moral question. To me, it is clear. We are living in a world destroyed by humanity's folly. I believe the end justifies the means in this situation. The Sierra Madre has the potential to restore order, provide stability, to begin again. It could be the bedrock of a new world, free of the chaos and suffering that is the Wasteland.
But it sounds like you're saying that you are willing to force this solution onto people with the use of these collars. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it is a difficult truth. But consider the current state of our world, Joe. We are fragmented, constantly at odds, resources are scarce, and violence is rampant. My goal is to create unity and stability, a chance for a better life. The collars, they are a tool of control, but also a guarantee of safety and survival.
I see. You want to bring people together temporarily, but isn't there something deeply troubling about the idea of stripping people's freedom to ensure cooperation?
Freedom is a luxury, one we can no longer afford in our world. The road to recovery is steep, Joe, and for some, a firm hand to guide them is necessary.
I guess it's all about perspective, huh? From my chair, it seems like the technology you're dealing with is extremely powerful. What about the danger of it falling into the wrong hands?
It is a risk. But the Sierra Madre's defenses are formidable. Holographic security, toxic cloud. It's not easy to conquer. I'm one of the few who understand it well enough to truly harness its capabilities. I will use it responsibly, to bring about a new era for humanity. We will rise from the ashes, stronger, unified.
Now, before the show, Elijah, you made it pretty clear you have a large disdain for the NCR. What are your views on them? What are your specific complaints about their empire?
Ah, yes, the new California Republic, so-called bearers of civilization in the Wasteland. You see, Joe, my disdain for them is based on their hubris, their short-sightedness. They aspire to rebuild an old world that led to its own destruction. They try to impose order and bureaucracy where flexibility and innovation are needed.
But some might argue that they're just trying to bring some semblance of normality back to the world, right?
Normality. They're bringing back the same institutions and ideals that got us into this mess in the first place. Democracy, capitalism, exploitation of resources without a thought for the consequences. They're stretching themselves too thin, expanding without fortifying, consuming without replenishing. It's the same old story of humanity's hubris.
So if I understand correctly, your main issue is their lack of foresight and their repetition of the same mistakes.
Precisely, Joe. The world has changed. We cannot return to the old ways. We need new methods, new structures, new thinking. That's why the Sierra Madre technology is so crucial. It provides the tools to build a new kind of society, one built on self-sufficiency, security, and unity.
And you believe that people should be forced into this new society for their own good?
I believe, Joe, that sometimes people don't know what's best for them. They need guidance. They need order. In this brutal world, those who can't adapt die. It's harsh, yes, but it's the reality. I simply offer a means to adapt, to survive, and perhaps to flourish once again.
Well, that's certainly a provocative take, Father Elijah. It's a very ends justify the means approach. It's a fascinating discussion, and I appreciate your perspective, even if it's controversial. There's no easy answers in a post-apocalyptic world. Speaking of the world, I've heard tales of your various travels, especially from a certain courier across the world. The courier is not to be confused with the one that woke up in Good Springs pretty recently. One tale I've heard is that you've been through the Big Empty, a place many folks avoid like the plague. What was your experience like there?
The Big Empty, or as some call it, the Old World Blues. A desolate place, but teeming with the echoes of the past. Scientific marvels, technological relics, but also a stark reminder of the destruction that our obsession with progress led to.
Yeah, it seems like a haunting place, a graveyard of the old world, but you're one of the few who ventured into that dangerous terrain. What did you discover?
In the Big Empty, I found remnants of advanced technologies, remnants of a world that once was. The Think Tank, a group of pre-war scientists transformed into sentient brains, trapped in a perpetual cycle of experimentation. It's fascinating and terrifying at the same time.
Terrifying indeed. So, how did those discoveries shape your outlook on the world?
The Big Empty is a testament to mankind's folly, a monument to our mistakes, but it also houses keys to our redemption. From the wreckage, I managed to salvage technologies that could be harnessed for the betterment of humanity. But it also reaffirmed my belief that we must tread carefully, lest we repeat the errors of our past.
Right, that there's a fine line between advancement and self-destruction. It's amazing and a little unnerving how history continues to echo in the present.
Indeed, Joe. The echoes are loudest in the emptiness. We just need to listen, learn, and not repeat the same song of destruction.
Now, something our listeners might want to know about is your experience with being an elder for the Brotherhood of Steel. How did you first occupy Helios 1? How did you lose it to the NCR? What's with the Brotherhood now?
Indeed, I was an elder. Helios 1. It was an old-world facility, a solar power plant of immense capacity. I saw its potential, the energy it could provide, the power it could give the Brotherhood. We occupied it with the intent to harness its power, to fuel our efforts and strengthen our presence in the Wasteland. As for losing it, the NCR, they were expanding, reaching out for every resource they could grasp. We were outnumbered, outgunned. Despite our technological superiority, we were not prepared for a full-scale assault. In the end, I ordered a retreat to save my brethren from a total wipeout.
That must have been a heavy decision to make. I'd have thought that your objective in Helios 1 was to protect the technology, rather than to secure it for power. It's interesting to find out that there were ulterior motives.
It was, Joe. But as a leader, you're faced with tough choices. You have to weigh the survival of your people against your goals, your ideals. It's never easy.
I can only imagine. And how about the Brotherhood now? What's happening with them?
The Brotherhood, they're survivors. Resilient. After the loss of Helios 1, they retreated, regrouped. They're still out there, somewhere in the Wasteland, clinging to their mission of preserving old-world technology. I can feel it. But I fear they may be losing sight of the broader picture without me. Technology is a tool, not a god to be worshipped. It needs to be used, adapted, evolved, not hoarded and hidden away. That's why I left, why I'm on this path now.
It sounds like you've had quite a journey, Father Elijah. I appreciate your openness and honesty. Despite the dire circumstances, your hope and determination are remarkable. Thank you for being on the show, despite the fact I don't agree with some of your views.
Thank you for having me on the experience, Rogan.
All right. Let's check out what she has. Oh, gotta turn down.
New face in the outpost. Must have come from the north. So, what do you have?
What do you got to trade?
Take a look.
I think I want the surface rifle. Ooh, that could be nice too. That's what I used with Paulson. Let's get the service rifle for servicing. Pause. Sell this. Gauge. Yeah, I found a couple slices of bread and put some peanut butter on it. Let's get rid of the wine. BBs. Those. Actually, am I getting rid of my... I should keep... I'm getting rid of... Okay. Let's go to weapons. 10mm weapons. Okay. Any work around here?
Work around here? Might check with Jackson in the main building, or Ghost up on the roof above, but watch out. She's kind of a bitch.
Ooh.
Don't tell her I said that, though. Might take a bullet some night when I'm going to the latrine.
Never mind, I'll be going.
Fine then.
So, we've got the service rifle for servicing. Yeah. There we go.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
Hello.
Let's talk to him.
Caravan, citizen, pilgrim, or...
Courier.
Oh, my apologies. You must be new. If you're looking for the commanding officer, he's in the back. Just letting you know, though, he's got a lot on his plate. So, if you speak with him, keep it short. Also, if you need any gear checked, we'll get you up and running again, provided you got the necessary paperwork.
Anything I can do to help out around here?
Help? Well, you could speak to Ranger Jackson. He might have something for you. He sort of runs things around here. Until next time.
Hello.
Looks like we got a new visitor in the old Brahmin pen. Not many people coming here in a hurry. Only passing through. If you're passing through, you picked a bad time. Road north has gone to hell. And if I let that caravan through, they won't make it.
Any way I can help?
Help? No, look, I appreciate it, but... You know what? Yeah, I could use the help. And you look like you can handle yourself. I need to get the caravans moving again. That means clearing a path north. There's something stopping the caravans, and I need you to go over there and figure out what's going on.
Sounds like a deal.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Come back here when you're done. I might accidentally lose some supplies to pay you with.
Hi there, Bulletproof. You're getting quite a name for yourself, aren't you?
You ready to get back in the saddle then? Ready to deliver some mail?
Aren't you worried that I lost a package?
Well, that isn't something to shout about. But circumstances weren't exactly normal. And the client isn't baying for your blood.
I need to get going.
Well, see ya.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear wind.
That's a Radiant Courier quest. And an NPC attached to it, the quest giver. I modded in. And I added the Fallout character overhaul patch, so he had the overhaul applied to him. It's pretty decent, but I don't want to start picking up new quests when I haven't even finished the Platinum chip. For immersion.
Howdy.
Yeehaw. Alright, I guess we'll see then, right? There we go. Excuse me. Alright, so we took care of the ants on the bridge. Jackson.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Okay.
Appreciate the help. Wish I had more work for you. But nothing else on the radar at the moment.
You mentioned a reward before?
No. I mentioned you might accidentally get supplied. And I meant it. Come here. I'm not allowed to contract mercenaries at the outpost. Still, a requisition form or two can get lost, and they won't check on that. So here you go.
There we go. Okay.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
They can they?
You a courier? If so, this might be your lucky day. If you don't mind walking a bit. And your eyes are good.
Depends on the work.
I think there's trouble in Nipton. No traffic from there on the roads. While I can explain that away, the smoke from the town I can't. I'm sure it's been hit. What I need to know is if they survived it. Might be powder gangers with all that smoke in the air. If there's anybody left, they'd be in the Nipton Town Hall. Go there. Check it out. Let me know what you find.
I'll do it.
All right. Look at you. All fired up and ready to go. Wish the others around here had that kind of attitude. Listen, I don't want you getting killed for this. So if you head there and run into trouble, I'm asking for eyes and ears, not your life. All right? Mind yourself on the plank going down.
Okay. So let's... Yeah. Let's go do some reconnaissance. Let's see what's going on in Nipton. Not the one that's right in front of you, dude. So much dynamite. So I had this animated, right? No? Yeah, I guess I thought to myself, I won't come out here. There's no reason to. Embarrassing. There really isn't much reason to come out here, but I'll trigger happy. There we go. There we go. The road has an ambush. Got him. Ooh, let's get that case. Made some healing powders. Definitely took the long way on that. She's gonna lose this encounter. She lost.
Did you see that? That crazy bitch just attacked me out of nowhere.
Yo. Did you know her?
Not for long. I met her on the road a few days ago, and we've been traveling together since. We'd actually been flirting a little when she suddenly pulled a gun out and began yelling at me to hand my caps over. Now that I think of it, though, she laughed when I threw her my money. I think what she really wanted was my Lucky Charm necklace.
Lucky Charm necklace?
Yeah, every once in a while you can find a cap with a blue star on it. They're pretty rare, so I started collecting them. Once I had enough, I made a necklace out of them, since I thought they were lucky.
Just be more careful in the future, alright?
I will. That's the last time I pick up a straggler on the road, believe me.
Too. Alright, this is a bit sus.
Yeah! Who won the lottery? I did! Smell that air! Couldn't you just drink it like booze?
Are you a powder ganger?
Powder ganger? What? I mean, yeah, used to be, sure. But not no more. Powder gang is small time, man. I'm a winner! I won the motherfucking lottery!
What sort of lottery did you win?
What lottery? The lottery, that's what lottery! Are you stupid?
Hey.
Only lottery that matters! Oh my god, smell that air!
I need to get going.
Bye.
Alright. Anybody at home? Anybody alive? Someone will take a booze. Okay. Where's it? There. scrap metal. I needed both of those. I need one more sensor module. Maybe the oven. Just the pilot light. Take the purified water. There's traps in here. Disarm. Take that machete. Nuka-Cola. Okay, let's get rid of the lead pipe. We don't need the lead pipe. Whoever this guy was, he outperformed the Legion's expectations and got one of them at least. Ooh, nice. Let's drink a beer. Eat a steak. Now we have strength. Oh, we're tripping. Oh, that bark scorpion. It's messing us up, fam. Alright, we got rid of that poison too. Sweet. Let's let our health go up. Alright.
Don't worry. I won't have you lashed to a cross like the rest of these degenerates. It's useful that you happen by. I want you to witness the fate of the town of Nipton, to memorize every detail. And then, when you move on, I want you to teach everyone you meet the lesson that Caesar's Legion taught here, especially any NCR troops you run across. Where to begin? That they are weak and we are strong? This much was known already. At the depths of their moral sickness, their dissolution, Nipton serves as the perfect object lesson.
What exactly happened here?
Nipton was a wicked place, debased and corrupt. It served all comers, so long as they paid. Profligate troops, powder gangers, men of the Legion, such as myself. The people here didn't care. It was a town of whores. For a pittance, the town agreed to lead those it had sheltered into a trap. Only when I sprang it did they realize they were caught inside it too.
Captured everyone?
Yes, and herded them to the center of town. I told them their sins, the foremost being disloyalty. I told them that when legionaries are disloyal, some are punished, the others made to watch. And I announced the lottery.
I think a female Legion playthrough could be a lot of fun. Like a Cleopatra-inspired femme fatale. Or I'll pass off there's a Fallout 3 Van Buren idea for a tribal Legion-esque character that I'll talk to you about later. I'll send that your way. I've had a few ideas. I'll send your way.
Each clutched his ticket, hoping it would set him free. Each did nothing, even when loved ones were dragged away to be killed.
You slaughtered innocent civilians?
Ha! Innocent? Hardly. Cowardly, though. They outnumbered us. Yet not once did they try to resist. They stood and watched as their fellows were butchered, crucified, and burned, one by one. They stood and hoped their turn would not come. Each cared only for himself.
Your crimes are unforgivable.
As are all crimes. If you feel strongly about it, attack us, and soon you won't feel a thing.
Eat another Brahmin steak for strength. See if there's any survivors. Where? There we go. Alright, anything worth looting? Butterfly slider. And crap. Keep eating beer and Brahmin steak so we can keep our strength up. All right. Got it. All right, I'll take that. maybe that solves the problem. I guess I should read those. Tony was kind enough to build this terminal and set it up for me, all for 30 caps worth of Rosie. Ha! The life of mayor suits me just fine. I'm glad I didn't go any further east. I'm making plenty of caps right here off of Rosie and Sylvia, who attract plenty of interest from troops at the Mojave outposts. Guess you spent enough time standing around that backwater, and you're ready to hop on something that doesn't look like a mole rat and doesn't smell much better. And the local shops are all giving me a percentage of sales to the troops because it's my girls who bring them in. Ha! They think they're shrewd negotiators for getting me to accept a 15% cut instead of 20%. Another year in this dump, too, at the most, and it's back to the hub for me. Maybe I'll run for office there. Huh. Mayor Joseph B. Stein. Doesn't that look official? Prison break. Tony was kind enough to... a promising development, if I do say so myself. It seems things went well at the NCR Correctional Facility north of here, and escaped prisoners are roaming free. Sounds like a bad thing, and would be if not for the political acumen and interpersonal alchemy of yours truly, Mayor Joseph B. Stein, Esquire. I sent the Jims out to make contact with the prisoners, or powder gangers rather, they insist on this name, to let them know Nipton's open for trade with free turns with the girls as door prizes. Huh, you know they went for that deal, as sold by Little Jim anyway. Big Jim, rest in peace. I see a lot of potential here, so long as I can keep the NCR troops and powder gangers, ridiculous name, from running into each other and shooting it out in the streets. Luckily the troopers only come at night. Double entendre. So if the powders will only have come during the day, again, I'll have them coming third time the charm and going. Yours in confidence, Mayor Joseph B. Stein. Testing. I can hardly believe my luck. Literally, Just now, I was approached by a rather intense young man calling himself Mr. Fox. Yeah, right. When we were alone in my office, he let it be known that he is a member of Caesar's Legion. He knew the NCR troops and powder gangers often spent time in Nipton. It turns out that the Legion hates and wishes to make an example of both groups. The NCR for obvious reasons, and powder gangers for harassing the Legion raiding parties on this side of the river. I didn't have to think a moment about Mr. Fox's proposition before accepting it. All I have to do is convince the powders to kidnap the NCR troops at night when both groups are in town. The Legion boys say scoop everyone up. Ha! For this simple task, I've been offered 8,000 caps. I could almost go back to the NCR right away, but who knows how much else I might make off this Legion lackey. I'm going to start stockpiling some supplies in the safe house between here and the Mojave outpost, just in case I decide to head back home in a hurry. Very exciting. Signed with a steady hand on the keyboard. I think he got messed up. There are no survivors. Wait a minute. Okay, whatever. Let's not think about it too hard. Where's the beer?
What is it this time?
Why are you still here?
I don't know. I just love it here. What the fuck do you think, asshole? Prize for second place was I got to live, but they beat my fucking legs with hammers. I'm fucking crippled, get it?
I don't have any medics for you.
Bullshit. You're holding. You just want it all for yourself.
What happened to this town?
The Legion happened. What the fuck's it look like?
How did you survive?
Luck, that's how. I'm just that fucking lucky. You're looking at the second place winner of the Nipton lottery. That asshole Swanick took first place, so him they let walk.
Tell me about this lottery.
It ain't like we came to Nipton to play it. Me and my crew had it worked out to kidnap some NCR troopers who come to town to get laid. Had it all worked out with the scumbag mayor. We were gonna ransom them off, keep their weapons for ourselves, a nice score.
How'd your plan go wrong?
We get in position, and next thing we know, we're surrounded by those fucking Legion freaks. They dragged us and everybody else into the center of town. And that asshole with a dog on his head, he starts talking about how we're bad people. He said we needed to be punished for what we did. Not all of us, but some of us. And then he gives everyone a fucking lottery ticket.
What happened after everyone got lottery tickets?
What do you think? He started drawing tickets and that's how people got punished. First up was the lucky losers. They got decapitated. Guess that's lucky cause it's pretty quick. Then came the crucifixions. God damn, but those went on and on and on. Third place runners-up got enslaved. I got the fuck beat out of my legs, and the winner, they let go free.
What happened to the mayor?
Him? When his ticket came up, they burned him alive on a pile of tires.
Oh. You said some of the people were enslaved?
Yeah, a bunch of those Legion fucks dragged them off right away. They were headed east, if you're feeling heroic.
I'll do what I can to save them.
Don't act like you'd be doing me a favor. I don't give a fuck.
Time for me to go.
Later.
Yeah, you gotta explore. Yeah, the more you explore, the more it rewards you. This seems like an ambush. I'm gonna go follow the tracks. Up here. Got it.
Anybody there?
Alright. Okay. Not really into using primitive weapons, but
Hey there. Need anything?
yeah. Alright, let's... okay. Nope. Nothing I really need. Using that.
Hey there. Need anything?
Alright, but he doesn't have a...
Howdy.
this way, where the Legion's looking to attack you. I'm gonna save your gat. They got this.
Come on!
What can I say except
You
you're
like that?
welcome.
Get down!
Die, profligate! That takes care of that.
I've got like 2 stealth boys now, don't I? Let's go in light and stealth boy. Yeah. Alright, let's go back to the Mojave outpost. Alright, so the very first person I would talk to is over here. Where is he?
Heard you helped out Jackson. Really appreciate that. Caravans are still waiting for clearance to move out. But at least there's movement.
Lipton's attacked Nipton. Or Legion's attacked Nipton. Burned and blessed up everyone.
What? There's no way. We're miles from the Colorado. They aren't even waiting for the dam to fall. They're already inside the borders. We'll never stop them. Not at this rate. We're doomed. Thanks for bringing the word. Even if the news is bad, I'll let the men know.
You check out the Nipton Town Hall yet? Smoke trail's not getting any shorter.
Nipton was attacked by the Legion.
Legion this far west? You're fucking kidding me. That's not outside the border. They're moving in, and fast. Nipton wasn't the most friendly town, but... Alright, thanks for checking on that. Wish it set my mind at ease. Now I'm more on edge than ever.
Didn't mean to be the bearer of bad news.
Unless you burn the town, don't take blame that's not due. Things are gonna get uglier before the year's out. Well, thanks for hoofing it there and back, even if it was bad news. Wish we could spare the troops to go hunting, but orders are to stay put. Fucking Mojave's going to hell, and all I can do is sit here and watch.
Background? Just my luck. What'll it be this time?
I'd like to order a meal.
Here you go. Take a look.
All right. Take the coyote meat too. Never mind, I'll be
Fine
going
then.
now.
Hey.
Alright, so I think I'm going to call it at that point. We're at the Mojave outpost. My wrist really hurts, so I don't want to do too much more right now. I'll probably do something here. I keep saying I'll do something else here in a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe I'll stream again. I'm not holding... I don't know. I'm not making commitments anymore. I'm tired of doing that. Alright, so... if you like Fallout New Vegas, if you like this character build, I'm going to keep doing it. I might just do it, you know, I'm not going to just do it on Fridays. I'll do it more frequently than that if the numbers are good. I do wrestling, I do GTA, I do Pokemon. I just started an overlay for Pokemon Blue, so if that's something you might be interested in, you know, feel free to join me. Alright, let's... Saved. Quit. Exit game. Alright, so until next time, stay away from the red 40, and I'll see you in the next stream.